All right. Let's get started. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the channel. I'm Nikolaos, and this is the part 2 of the Abducted box from Hack the Box. Yeah, last time we did the initiate foothold, and then I grabbed the user flag, and it's been really tough, I could say. Not that tough, but tough enough that I could spend a lot of time on it. So let's get things ready. So first of all, I'm gonna start the VPN for that. It's completed, and then I'm gonna start the box. All right, so last time we were able to get the user flag by enumerating the SMB server. So this box had only 2 ports, the 3 actually, 22, the SSH, the 139, and the 445 for SMB. After spending much time enumerating the SMB, let me also show you a few things. It was SMB map, but not that one. Come on, what was? I haven't set my target yet, so that's why. Okay, let's set the target. And SMB target. We can see that we have 3 shares here. The projects and transfer, where those are disks, and also we had this HP reception, which is a printer. So yeah, after doing some enumeration, I was able to grab some users from the SMB, and yeah, my initial thought was to actually brute force those users for some reason, because I couldn't find any other way to get in. But after spending some time with the brute forcing, and yeah, the results were actually a little bit disappointing, because cracking an online service, it's difficult to do it. It's totally different when you're cracking offline things like hashes or anything else that it's offline, so it doesn't require a connection to do it. So yeah, after spending some time, I said to myself, okay, let's check what this print is and what it does. So after spending some time, I find out a very nice CV for that, where there is a CV for samba injection. So after knowing the CV number and doing some research, I ended up to this exploit from the CyberGeek. And what this exploit does, it exploits the Samba service and inject a payload, for this case a reversal, and I was able to get the first initial foothold for that. And when I first got a cell, I got as a nobody, and then after some enumeration within the server, we figured out um, how to become Scott, and we found some configuration there where it's a C clone service where it had a hardcode password for that, and after some digging again, I figured out that we can this is an encrypted one, so we need to decrypt it, and using this tool we could I could also decrypt the password, and this password it was a suitable one for Scott, where we can, from the nobody session, I could also shoot to that user, or we can also connect through an SSH connection. So we have the password of Scott. So for now, okay. After I get Scott, I just did some enumeration what Scott can do, and I have some notes here where I'm about to look at them today. So first of all, let's connect to the box with an SSH connection. We're gonna connect as Scott. And yes, we are now in the box as Scott using the SSH connection. And again, I'm gonna run the linpiece again tool, just to have the scan also written in a file. So we are here. We're gonna use the curl command to bring our tool into the server. I'm gonna pipe it to bus, so also run it, and also I'm gonna pipe it to write the Scott scan. Okay, maybe not pipe it. Maybe there is no T there, so I'm gonna direct all the results to Scott scan, and I hope I can see. No? Okay, let me see what's wrong here. The wrong thing is that it needs a slash, so okay. And then, so T gonna work probably. Scott scan, and yeah, okay, the scan is running. And at the same time, I'm gonna connect again from this side, just to have access to the server, so I could check my notes and also check if the scans is running. Cool. Alright, so in the previous stream, I got a few nodes. We're gonna check them from the linpiece again when the scan complete. So I found some kernel exploits, the dirty flag, which I'm not gonna go on that, at least after we before we get the actual root flag. So maybe we're gonna test it at the end if the dirty flag kernel exploit also works. Some cron jobs, it's good to check on those. Also that the SMB server service is running, of course, that's why we get the shares and all the information. But it's good to look at the actual configuration for those. So probably, maybe we're gonna find something there. Another kernel exploit for the package kit pack to the root. Again, after we get the root flag, we're gonna try them if it's possible to do that. And of course, some password files, maybe we're gonna see something there, maybe not. It's good to have a look at it. There is a Tmax also session there. We're gonna check if the Tmax has anything to give us. And of course, I found out that Scott can read on those shared folders, the project and transfer, which we saw them from the SMB enumeration. And this was a really weird actually file, so I checked it last time, I didn't see something there. We're gonna check again probably. We might find out something there. All right, so let's see. The scan for the Limpis for Scott is still running. I just ran it just to have it as a reference if I have to look something for that again. But let's check these folders actually. What we can see there. So which comes again? SRV. All right, so we have the two folders there. You can see Scott. It's the files are in the Scott permissions. So let's see if we can find something there. So there is one readme here. And for the transfers, it's empty. Let's check the readme for the projects. Hartley Group internal project store. Okay, have a name here. Maybe it's gonna be useful. I'm gonna keep it as a note, of course. We can check later what actually that means. All right. Let me check if music also it's audible. Hope it's not that loud, but also you can hear it a little bit in the background. Yeah, just to chill a little bit and to have some focus. All right, so there is nothing there yet in the projects files. I mean, besides the readme. And in the transfers, it's also empty. But yeah, let's see if we can we have the rights to write something, so let me just touch a test file, for example. So we still can write there, so we will see how useful this is gonna be. Okay, so far we don't have much things to work on it. We're gonna stick again from the nodes, and after we show the folders that they are empty, but we can still write there, so we will see how to leverage this one. But from my notes, I checked that there is a SMB configuration, so we're gonna go there to check a little bit what we can find there. So there is the GDB commands, it's the shares, the config, and the SMB config. Okay, let's start with the GDB commands. There is the BT and the quit. Okay, then let's see the shares. From the shares we have the configuration here. Okay, let me make it bigger a little bit. All right, so we have the shares here, all the configuration for the 3 shares. For the HP reception, which is the printer, we see a comment that it's a printer. The path, which was the path that gave us the initial foothold. If it's printable, yes. If you guessed okay, it's also yes. So that's probably how we could be able to exploit it. The print command comes from this binary. I'm gonna keep this binary. Probably it's something that we need to have a look at it. I'm gonna grab the full path just to make sure. Okay. We can check the city of beans for that, if we can find something for this binary. But let's continue with the investigation. The LPQ command, it's been true, and the LPRM, it's also true. For the projects share, we see the comment that it's Hartley Group project files, so we keep that note. We will search about this project, maybe we can see something useful for that. The actual path of this shared disk, valid users, it's Scott, so Scott it's a valid user for that. That's why it has access. If it's read only, it's not, and if it's browsable, and it's yes. So it's not a read only, and it is a browsable share, so that's why we can see it. All right, and the other one, the transfers, the comment says staff file transfer. Okay, so this is for, okay, by the name we can tell it from the beginning that it's about to transfer files, but it says staff file. Okay, that gives us a hint that probably the users exchange or they can get files from this transfer share, so maybe it's something useful. The path for that is this one. Valid users, it's Scott. Forced users, it's Marcus. Okay, that's an interesting thing. So we will see what that exactly means when we search a little bit about the search configuration. If it's read only, it's not, so it's readable. Quiet links, it's yes, so that means something probably. What wide links, I'm not sure what it means, but we will figure out what it means. And if it's browsable, it's also yes. So let's copy the search config, and we're gonna search about it. Justin Ferry, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel. I am Nikolaus, and I'm doing a hack the box machine. It's called Abducted. It's a medium rated, and it's a Linux. I already grabbed the flag from the previous stream, so this stream it's focused for the post exploitation. I started the initial foothold as a nobody, and then I escalated to Scott, and now as Scott I'm trying also to figure out how to get root, or probably how to become Marcus, because we have 3 users here. So the users that we got from the enumeration, and the first initial foothold came from an SMB service, the Samba service, where I figured out there was an injection CV for that, and I could start as a nobody. Then with some enumeration I found out that from the enumeration I figured out that there is a air clone service which had the configuration of this hardcode password, and this looked encrypted from the beginning. After some digging I found this tool to decrypt the password, and this password worked for Scott. So we can either shoot to that to Scott from nobody session, and then we can also SSH to Scott. So just for now, since it's the second part of it, I just connected with an SSH and trying to enumerate to find some things about it. So I have run a linpiece scan for that, and I'm still running it again just to write it to a file. And this scan revealed a few things. The dirty flag kernel exploit, which I'm not gonna go for that now. I'm gonna test it later after I become root. Some cron jobs probably worth looking at it. We found that there is of course a service for SMB, and we just now enumerated the Saba folder, the configs for that. Also the linpiece revealed another kernel exploit, which again I'm gonna try it later probably. Some password files from the PAM, maybe we can see something there, that there is also a Tmax tool there with a session, so maybe we can exfiltrate something from the session. And of course some files that Scott can read and write, which were the shares from the SMB, the projects, and the transfer. And now I'm just going through those nodes and trying to figure out stuff from that. So far I just checked check the folders there, the transfer folder and the transfer and the project folders were empty. Only a readme in the projects folder, which revealed the Hartley group, internal project store. I'm gonna search for this later to see if it's a specific framework for that project or give us some information. Then I make sure that I could at least write a file there, so I just touch a test file as a Scott. And now checking the Saba configurations, and the first thing I'm checking is I checked also the GDB commands, which gave me those 2 commands. I will see also what else we can do with those. And just right now, I'm just enumerating, reading the shares, the configurations to see what happened. So we can see from the coughing here that for the project's folder, the valid user is Scott. It's readable only, it's no, it means we can write, and if it's browsable, it's yes, so we can go through that folder. And the second share for the transfers, it's for stuff file transfer, which this one gives me some kind of a hint that probably other users could use that folder to retrieve files or to exchange files. So this is gonna be some kind of hint. The actual path that the valid user is Scott, but the forced user it's Marcus. And of course, if it's readable again, the white links, we will check what actually that really means and if it's browsable. So my next move right now is to just copy the search configuration and go to, and I'm gonna do some research for that. I'm gonna search uh, configuration. It's SMB and the search config. I'm looking for the exact, let's say, manual for that, so we can understand what those configurations mean. We can have some look at it. It's the official doc from the Saba service. So we're gonna search to find out a little bit what that can give us. So we see the browsable, the read-only, the path, the printable for the printers, map archives, WinRAR support. But from our configuration, we have to look a little bit what the valid user means first, and then the forced user, actually from this here. So I'm gonna just using the search function for that, just to see if we can find any words. Okay, maybe this is not fully documentation for that. We cannot find the specific property. Let's skip. Okay, Samba configuration. Maybe this one is better. Let's see if we can search again for that word, for that phrase. No. Or actually, yeah, instead of just searching around like this, maybe I could use, yeah, there is a manual page for that inside the Kali Linux, so probably we're gonna find something here, some explanation. Okay, some that tools. We need to see the configuration part. Okay, it doesn't give us too much, but samba.org, maybe there should be the configuration. I was there before, but okay, let's go again. Using Samba, but I need the full configuration or the actual documentation for that. Samba books. the wiki, maybe in the wiki. Okay, and let's search for valid user first. Have some results. Adding users. I still have in my copy the first one, okay. In my clipboard. I need the valid first. I'm gonna search for the first as well, but let's start step by step. Saba config. Search for the valid user. Okay. We see that it's part of the configuration. Probably the valid user means who has access. And if it's a valid user to access the share. But I was expecting a little bit better explanation about it. Configuring Samba. Okay, we can see that we can add something there, of course, as the value. Gonna be dynamic, gonna be also with a specific username. Okay, the easy way it's to use the DuckDuckNow AI search for that to explain to us really quick. Maybe this one. Okay, thank you. Yeah, explain the valid user for Samba SMB. And the assistant here from the DuckDuckGo will gonna give us a really quick answer about it. So the valid user parameter in Samba's SMB config restricts share access to specific users or groups, either by username or group name prefixed with the @ symbol. For Active Directory setups, you can also specify domain users. We saw that in the configuration, that you can also specify domain users or groups with a domain prefix like domain /username for Windows shares. But the valid user means that restricts shares access to specific users. So we will see, we saw that Scott is a user for that, so it's some kind of a good explanation for now. And the other one, which is called forced user, and this is Marcus. So for the transfers, the valid user was Scott, sorry, and the forced user is Marcus. So let's see the forced user what means. Not again. I have also in my. I need to fix this copy issue when I'm using Tmax. So the first user, okay. Hello, welcome Linux Mobile. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, we are back. So the first user parameter in Samba's configuration allows you to specify a user account that will be used to access files in a shared directory. Regardless of the actual user who is accessing it, this is useful for ensuring consistent permissions and access rights for all users accessing that share. Okay, so in this share, Marcus also has access. So, it's interesting hint, let's say. So Scott can write, Marcus has access to this, so we will see what else we can do. The other important parameter is the wide links. Let's see what that means. I'm gonna break it. Wide links, exactly. Let's see what wide links means. So wide links in Saba allows symbolic links, alright, to point outside the shared directory tree, which can be useful for certain configurations. However, enabling this feature can pose security risks, as it may allow access to sensitive files outside the intended share. So we can create symbolic links if this is enabled, and in our case, it is enabled. So of course it's a security issue, but it's a nice hint for us to work on it. So we can create symbolic links. That's useful. We will keep that in mind. So, and the other parameters, as far as I can tell, it's fully understandable. The LPQ command and LPRM command, those I am not sure what they do, but since this printer gave us the initial access, of course we're gonna check also the print audit. Actually, let me do it right now. We're gonna go to the CTFO bins. CTFO bins. Come on. GTFO bins. What CTFO bins? What? Okay. And we don't have a match, so we can use this binary to do some escalations or at least to grab some privileges. So okay, at least we check it of it and we put it out of our enumeration. Okay, so we know a few things. Scott can write, it's a valid user for this directory, and also the wide links, which means we can create symbolic links. So if you are familiar a little bit with the symbolic links, we can actually create a link and associate to another folder to link those folders together. So this reminds me some old tricks that we used to do to work with these symbolic links, but let's finish a little bit in our enumeration before we start speculating things. We also need to see the configuration for the SMB, because now we only saw the shares. Let's cut this file as well. Okay, we can see the work group, the servers string for that, which is the Hartley group document services, the NetBIOS name, map to guest, bad user, okay, guest account nobody, that was our initial foothold, security user, reading its sysv, load printers it's no, disabling spoo LSS it's no, Unix extensions it's no. Alright, allow insecure wide links it's yes. Okay, that's also interesting. That means that the SMB allows insecure wide links. The log level is 0, and also includes the shared folder that we saw. Okay, just to make sure, we can also ask for this one to give us some explanation. If you enable wide link support but it doesn't work, okay. That's the issue. Probably we need to also check this one. Okay, let's see what they allow in secure wide links. It's a sub configuration option that permits the server to follow symbolic links, okay, outside of the shared directory. Okay, so that also means that for us it's yes as well, so we can create symbolic links. All right, I think that gives us a nice hint for that. So we can create a folder, a directory, and we can symlink it to another folder outside of the directory where probably Marcus has access, or Marcus read that folder somehow. We're gonna see how it goes, but I think that gives us a good hint to start playing around. Let's keep some notes. So the shared folder, and of course the SMB configuration. So Scott is allowed to create symbolic links, probably using the ln-s command and folder 1 to folder 2, something like that. But we're gonna see how we can use this misconfiguration. All right, and also we have the TLS, which is empty. Let's go back to transfers. So using the command cd change directory and dash, if you moved from one directory to another and use that command, it goes back to the previous directory. So it's a good to remember. Instead of typing the full path again, you can use this command. So if I do it again, probably it's gonna give me back to Samba. So yes, cd dash to Samba, cd dash back to the previous folder that I was. Cool. So we are in the transfer directory, and I just create a test file just to see that and confirm that Scott can write here. So what we can do now, using this hint, what file we can create, and we can create a symbolic link for that, so Scott could read it, or we can we can override files and folders. So normally home Marcus we cannot see because we are Scott, right? However, as Scott, we can see our folder here. And I was expecting, since we can connect with the SSH to Scott, as we did right now, supposed to be a folder called .ssh, right? where there is the private key and the public key for Scott. I cannot see it here, so that's strange. But theoretically, we can connect SSH with an SSH to Scott. So this gives us the hint that also Marcus could use the SSH um, service to connect. So since we can write to that file and both users they use SSH connection, probably we can create a folder, a directory here to transfer and symlink it to the Marcus .ssh folder and override or add a new private key there, something like that. There was an old way to do that, so yeah, it's if you have done some CTF machines, if you have done some hack the box machines, you know that technique, right? When you can populate a folder where you can write there, but you can use a service that writes to that folder. Normally you cannot navigate to that folder, but theoretically using a service you can manipulate that folder. So my idea is now to create an SSH private and public key, transfer the public key to Marcus SSH authorized keys, and using the private key try to connect to that user. Yeah, there are some issues here, but I'm gonna go for that of course, but I'm not sure how successful it can be. Okay, so the idea is to create a folder here. So make dir, let's say Marcus, something like that. Doesn't matter the name, but it's okay. So we have created a file, a directory folder here. And the idea is to make a symbolic link from that folder to home Marcus.ssh, something like that. So whatever we put in that folder, it's sim-linked with the other folder, the .ssh. Yeah. I know it might sound a little bit confusing, but that's the main idea. Since we can write files to this transfer, then we can symlink that folder to a folder outside of this directory, as the wide links parameter misconfiguration revealed. Okay, I need to think a little bit about it. So the idea is to create with SSH keygen to create a private file and a public file. Then we gonna keep the private file for us, and we gonna copy the public file into the SSH authorized keys. It's actually the folder that needs to be inside. And after we symlink the folder from transfer to .ssh it means that whatever it's on Marcus folder right now, it's gonna be on SSH. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I have some doubts, but I'm gonna try it. But first, before we create the symlink, we're gonna create the SSH key for that. So I don't fully remember the command. Generate. All right, so yeah, guys, yeah, sorry about that. I just set up the Streamlabs bot, so some some characters, yeah, they are not allowed to enter. Okay, maybe I have to disable it, but yeah, maybe I need to configure a little bit which characters are allowed or not. But please bear with me. I just wanted to have a bot there to, because okay, I don't look at the chat all the time, and I don't have yet moderators. So feel free to ask if you would like to be a moderator. It will be it would be much appreciated. So yeah, so please be careful what you type, at least for now. I'm gonna fix that, and sorry about it, but I want to make sure that some, at least words or some yeah, just to have a clean and safe chat box. All right, so let's go to the actual file here, and it's gonna give us more information. We can specify or just run SSH keygen, sorry, but we need to choose algorithms. And since we don't have, that's weird, because I was expecting Scott home folder to have a .ssh file. That's cool. I mean, it's not cool, but okay, you get the idea. Maybe if we check if we check the configuration, we see some public keys here, but we see multiple algorithms. So I think it doesn't matter. Okay, we will test probably a few. Okay, we're gonna start with the RCA, let's say a common algorithm. Something like that. Not host keys. Okay, this is also the command option summary, alright? Verbose, silent, passphrase. We don't want a passphrase. Or at least, yeah, we can create a passphrase or we can leave it empty, but we will see. Specifies the name of the file which is stored to create the key. Yeah, that's if it's also what we're looking, what is good to have. No. So just yeah, if we run just an SSH key, then it's gonna create with the default RCA, which is cool. All right. So, okay, maybe the other scan is finished. It's not finished yet. Yeah, I just ran the lin piece again just to direct it to a file to have it as a reference if I want to look something again. But it's still going. Okay, it's weird. Takes it too long, but okay, that's not an issue. I want to create the key outside of the transfer, and then I will transfer it there. So probably I have to move to temp folder a little bit and then create there the SSH keygen. But first, yeah, SSH it has a lot of stuff inside, so I'm gonna create a temp folder. Let's say Marcus here, so we can have SSH keygen. So it asks us where to save it, right? We want to save it here for now. We don't want to populate our Scott directory. And Marcus, that's okay. I hope that works. Oh, yeah. It's the full path. Hope already exists. Yeah, that's cool. Overwrite. The passphrase, gonna leave it empty. Okay, failed this directory, but wait, let me try again. So it's keygen temp Marcus overwrite. Okay, doesn't like it at all, so I'm gonna put it there. Which file? Okay, I got it now. It also asks for the name. Marcus doesn't care, doesn't. Okay, we got it. Here it is. All right, we have two files, the private key and the public key. So the idea is to transfer somehow this public key to .ssh authorized keys. I think that's the name. And then create a symlink for that. So those two folders are connected. Yeah, and after we transfer the file, we're gonna use the private key to connect as Marcus, something like that. But we will check it. All right. Let's see. Retransfers. All right. So the idea is to, inside the Marcus folder, that's a file or to touch an authorized keys. Is that the case? Let me check also. Do I have an SSH? Known hosts. No, that's different. But I don't have authorized. Yeah, I don't have. Okay. We're gonna check it. SSH authorized keys. Is that the name? Yeah, the authorized keys file in SSH specify the public keys that are allowed to authenticate to a user account on a server. Cool. And it's that one. Okay. So let's first cat temp Marcus. So this is our public key. So it's gonna be make dir also .ssh / authorized keys, and I need the -p for that. Yeah. So copy this one. And I'm gonna echo it. Shit. And direct it to .ssh authorized keys. Directory. Oh, what silly am I? CD to SSH and remove that. It's not a directory. It's supposed to be a file. And touch that file. Authorized keys. Gonna go back a little bit again. It doesn't matter. And then run it the echo, so we add to .ssh authorized file this one. Okay, so if we cut now the SSH authorized keys, we see that the public key it's inside. Okay, let's go back one more directory, and now we can ln-s the Marcus folder to home Marcus. Yeah, let me think about it, but I think that's our way. Yeah, that's the idea. So our Marcus folder contains a .ssh folder with the authorized keys file, which we have put there a public key where we have the private key, right? And we're gonna use a symbolic link to whatever it's to our file to be in Marcus' actual file, actual folder, sorry. Okay. Sounds... yeah, I think sounds good, right? We will see. Permissions denied. What? Ah, failed to create... oh, wait. Marcus. Wait, I put too much... oh. Then, wait. CD to Marcus. And then a symbolic link should be .ssh to Marcus SSH. Something like that. Permission denied. We can write from here. Interesting. Failed to create symbolic link. Permissions denied. Okay, that's interesting. I thought we can do that. Let me think a little bit again. Okay, that's interesting. I thought that we can do that. But Marcus, that's weird. Why is this happening? Okay. What else we can do for that? We have since we have the password for Scott, we can use how it's called, netexec. We can use netexec for that. So the idea is netexec smb target dash u for the username, which is Scott, dash p for the password, where's the password, and dash x it was to execute commands. And let's say ID. It was does X the capital. Auth through. Don't need it's a small one. I was expecting a response for that. Target. Let me check some cheat sheet here. Watacoms has NXC. That's X it was. Yeah, I think so. Or which other tool can use? But okay, I'm gonna just say that's SRV transfer slash test1. Is this created here? No. Transfer SRV. SRV. I forgot. I made create another folder there. Let me check. No. Okay, thankfully. Transfer. Okay. Transfer. Okay. Do we create that file? No. Okay. Transfer SRV. Which other tools we can use? SMB. Exploitation. Not exploitation. Persistence. Not exploitation. SMB enumeration. SMB client can do that. But I think it was... Let me also check. Okay. Oh. Only read? Okay. So I can write the projects, that means. Just to make sure that this works. Projects. No. I thought it was dash X for execution, or I am missing something with the syntax. If anyone knows the correct syntax, give me a hint. But I thought it was dash X for execution, right? NXC, SMB, target, username, password. Scott. And password. Okay, let me also check. I have some other cheat sheets here. Tools and commands. No. Let me search for NXC. No. SMB client. Only that one. Yeah, I had an issue with my notes and I lost. Actually, I have the file, but it's broken and I cannot use my notes. But, anyways, I will try to figure out it manually. Not this one. It was this one. Hack the box. Crack market set also. Yeah. This is also useful. And search users. It's the same dash X for that. And actually, this is a PDF. Can I search here? Yeah, dash X. I think it's also the same. Let me see. So instead of or crack map exec. Okay. Okay, let me run this one for test. Okay. So the projects still we cannot write here. If I'm focusing solely on the samba config file, here is the config file. And this gave us the wide links that we can symlink and allow insecure wide links. Let me check. SRV. What do you mean Linux Mobile? Can you please elaborate a little bit more? USB. Passport. Connecting targets. Enumeration. There were other things that appeared in Linpiece that were interesting, that's all. Oh, here it is. For my SQL, it is SQL. But the dash x, it is a command, a parameter. Okay, here is the link pins for Scott. I think all the interesting things that I found, I have marked them here. That Scott can write to that files. Maybe this is give us some passwords there. There are some kernel exploits. SMB services that we checked and found the configs. Did I miss something from the scan? Should I go again? Here was the a lot of red here. Um, come on. Do I actually miss something? Linux Mobile. Oh yeah. Okay. Let me disable a little bit the. Yeah. I have put in the chat box to at least. Yeah, since I don't have yet moderators to keep a little bit safe the chat, but anyways, I'm gonna disable it a little bit for now. Yeah, I just wanted to keep it a little bit safe because, yeah. Okay, let me see. Yeah, now Now the bot is inactive. There was something in the opt folder. I think it was a config file. Oh. Wait. You mean this one? The offsite backup? We used that one to escalate our privileges from nobody to Scott. Is something else here that we can use? Wait. It's the airclone configuration, which gave us the password here where we decrypted last time and became Scott. And the sync file SFTP. This backup the host. I also want that was L or the classic net stat. That's better. You mean it looks interesting for using a Scott, you mean? Because we use that to become Scott. I don't see something. Maybe I'm mistaken right now. And sync projects. Interesting. Yeah, that's the idea actually. It was just a question, nothing more. So you were seeking something other than the samba. Yeah, right now. Yeah, the idea. The idea was that since the SMB allows us to create symbolic links, the idea is to create an SSH key from this folder and to copy it into Marcus home directory .ssh under the authorized key and use the private key. Because if you can symlink those two folders, it means that whatever is to one folder can be to the other, right? So that was the idea. But we cannot symlink for some reason. We get permission to deny, but that's a little bit confuses me. Why it adds us takes the whole folder, or for example only the authorized keys. This is how we do it, right? The symlink. Symlink Linux command. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, ln does a target file link file. Okay. Now I got it. I was swapped the. Yeah. Wait. So supposed to be ln home Marcus and the target file, the link. Okay, now we got it. Now the symlink worked. Yeah, target file and the linked file. Okay. Yeah, I was switching the. Cool. Actually, it's good that at least I checked it. Okay, so we have symlinked those folders now. Let's cd to Marcus. 2 slashes. Okay, I don't like this one. But the idea now is. No, I messed up a little bit. Because we are symlink Marcus instead of. Yeah. I might break it a little bit. Let's see. I think I might break it, but. And in order to unsymlink, it's to remove the folders. Right? Remove symlink. rm symlink name. Okay. So in the folder. In the folder. rm Marcus. Yeah, okay. So now without the forward slashes, actually I just want the SSH. to be sim linked. Or no. Let me try this one first. Yeah, Marcus. Oh yeah, of course we can't. But this means that the .sh is not there. Marcus as a file. It took it as a file. Wait, remove again. Mm. We can symlink a folder? Only files we can symlink? Not such file directory, no, both. Marcus then, but or just the SSH folder. I was expecting to see something else. To see the symlink, but I don't see it. So from Marcus, the SSH folder. I'm inside Marcus, yeah. Again the same. What I'm doing wrong? Inside the Marcus folder and ln without Marcus. Wait. Okay, I need to remove this as well. Okay, only the authorized keys. Then home Marcus. SSH. .ssh. This one gonna work? I'm not sure, but we're gonna test it. So SSH does I for where it was temp Marcus, the private key. No, wait. Temp Marcus. Marcus. Okay. So SSH does I temp Marcus. Marcus. Marcus at localhost. Yes. Oh no. It asks for the password. Ah. Okay. I saw the first Marcus at localhost and say, okay, we are in. You need to maybe you need to use an empty folder. An empty folder to link it. Yeah. Link it, and then yeah. Wait, we will see. Yeah, guys, bear with me, right? It's not easy. Okay, let me remove first this to clean it a little bit. Okay, in transfers we're gonna make another dir. We're gonna call it just mar, right? Cool, we have the mar folder, and now we're gonna symlink that folder, the empty folder, to Marcus mar. All right, and then cd mar. How is that possible? Let me remove that again. Marcus I have deleted all the symlinks, right? Yeah. Okay. S home Marcus mar. That I did before. Right? Mar is an empty folder. Not cd mar. I miss deny, but okay. And unlink. The unlink command can also to remove. Okay, but it's the target file link name, where target file is director, the file or directory you want to link to, and link name is the name of the symbolic you are creating. How to create shortcuts to files directs without duplicating the content. Okay. Hmm. I'm confused a little bit, but yeah. Okay, let's say that we create an empty folder, which is the mar folder. And now it's linked with the home Marcus directory. How we gonna transfer the file, the authorized keys, into the .ssh so it's gonna be linked? I thought that while those folders are linked, if I create here a file, an SSH file here, in that folder, the mar folder, with a sub directory authorized, with the .ssh with the authorized keys, those two are linked, and then we can use the private key to connect. Because if not overwriting, if there is not a .ssh folder under the home Marcus directory, we have created this folder and we symlink those two folders. So whatever it is in the mar folder should be also in the other. I need to create to use some, but create the files inside the mar folder. I was trying with the crackmack exec to touch a file into the transfer, but this didn't work. Okay, let's instead of this should work actually. Okay, make dir maybe I'm missing something. No, the crackmack exec. Wait. SMB protocol, right? So crack macpexec SMB target dash U for username, dash P for the password, and dash X for the command. But either you should see as who am I, for example. Don't see it. Am I missing something to that as well? Command should be not in quotes. Or I should use also search for that. No. SMB client. Do that inside the Scott folder using localhost. Oh. From the SSH. Okay. Not from outside. Is there a SMB client? Yeah, there is one. Okay. SMB client, then yeah, localhost, or should I put the full IP for that? User, maybe it's I don't remember the syntax. I haven't used the SMB client or those kind of SMB enumeration scripts for a long time, and I totally forgot how to use them. Yeah, I remember the dash U capital. Okay, so okay, I remember now. Yeah. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna test it as well. So probably localhost should work as well. Transfer, and then yeah, dash U for the username, and it's gonna be Scott, and I remember the percent for the password. It also says here, and the password for Scott. And then which is that? That's C for the command. Okay. And we touch the file, right? Yeah, just touch the file to see if we can do something. The full path, right? Only. Okay, wait. The full path, because now I am out of the path. Transfer. Mar. Test. Okay. That's not found. Make dir then. Sans path not found, making remote directory. Again, those silly typos. God damn it. Artist. Remote. Wasn't there some binary in one of the configs clone or something? Like AirSync might be worth looking into as well if this doesn't work to transfer files. Okay, we will keep that in mind. It's Samba. I don't know that that's a, yeah. Localhost transfers and the status object path not found. Maybe just test. That's you. Okay, to move a file. Ah, we have a special guest in the chat, guys. One friend of mine, an old colleague, and yeah, I haven't mentioned it before. I'm actually Greek, so this colleague of mine, this old colleague of mine, is also Greek and speaking to me at Greek right now. So please bear with me to at least salute him in Greek. Yasurelyakura. So sorry for that. I just greet him. So yeah, that's awesome. So welcome Elias to the stream. Thank you so much. I'm just a struggle as always how to exploit stuff here, but yeah. And yeah, this box, it's a medium rated, and yeah, it's kind of tough, I would say. Okay, I need I'm a little bit rusty actually. I haven't done too much boxes lately. I mean, I have done some in the previous streams as well, but those, they were a little bit easier than this one. This one, it yeah, has me a little bit sitting sitting weirdly a little bit, but anyways. Okay, let's focus. Okay, thank you, Liako. Thank you, Elias, for being here. But let me a little bit focus a little bit how to do that, because yeah, I wanted to make some progress at least today. Maybe I'm not gonna make it to go root directly today, but at least I want to make some progress. So yeah, let me have some drink. Thanks for the support, bro. At the end, we will make it, hopefully. But let's see. All right. Linux Mobile suggests to trust to the test put test. Gotta run. Good luck with check some other day to see if you made progress. Thank you, Bully. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing the name correctly. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for being here. I will see you in the next one then, and hopefully we will have some progress. Thank you so much for being here. Cool. How to do that now? Test put. Oh, there is a different syntax. Wait, okay, let's test this one. Test. Come on. Test. A semicolon, so we combine commands and put. Okay. Dot test. Test does not exist. Oh, okay, at least. So this test supposed to be in the transfers, so there is the test is there. The first file that we have created in transfers is there, the test. Okay, so here it is, but test command not found. It takes it as a command. And then it says mar test does not exist. Okay. Since the mar folder it's already sim linked there, let's then do cat temp Marcus / Marcus dot public for copy paste. Okay. If we cut and put it in mar.ssh / authorized keys. Cat command, okay, doesn't exist. Not found in the mar.dat. So we cannot use the cat. SMB client. Okay. Let's Google some stuff because yeah, it's not. So SMB client does see syntax. Let's see. We will at least to find something. And if I'm going to speak to the okay. To connect to Samba, okay. Commands. Let's see some commands. Okay, we know that. You name. Yeah, got it. We can also connect and navigate from there. Sorry. So we just want to connect first. Cool. And help command to give us exactly that I was looking for. Okay. So the put command works. Open, remove Yeah, exactly. That's much better because I don't also remember all the syntaxes at the top of my mind. So at least now we're looking something. Okay, the echo it works. Okay, so we're gonna use the echo to get the content, the context of the pub file from the public file, and then we can put it right. So we can do then echo the temp Marcus dot pub, and then we gonna put it dot ssh, oh, not known host, authorized keys, authorized keys, something like that. Echo the public key and put it in .ssh authorized key. Oh, okay. That seemed to work somehow. And then ssh dash I to specify the temp Marcus private file, and then Marcus at localhost ask for the password. Okay, supposed to not ask for the password. Suppose we connect with a private key. So okay, but where we put that file then? Wait, maybe it needs the full path of Marcus, then home. I think I put it in my for Scott's okay, let me check if we put it in Scott's yeah, we put it in Scott's okay. We put it in the Scott's okay, Marcus slash, okay. That's the full path of Marcus home directory. Okay, it worked. And then connect again with private key. Still ask for the password. Okay. Now at least we know what we did, something at least good. Maybe now the symlink folder needs to be recreated because yeah, maybe I messed a little bit with the symlink folder. Right? Marcus, let me check again the it was Dasai, right? Yeah. I have second thoughts for everything now. Marcus, localhost, and we don't want to ask. Okay, maybe now we have messed a little bit with. Or wait. Mar. That's the symlinked folder. Okay, let me try again. But Mar. No. That's totally wrong. You need to create an SSD inside the mar folder with SMB client and move the yeah, maybe you are right. So Okay. Then the echo here is okay. That means that the totally command is so wrong. Okay. We're gonna start it from the beginning. We have messed around a lot here, so okay. Create inside the mar folder from the okay. So first of all, make dir. Okay, can we? Okay, cd mar. We are now in the mar folder. So make dir .ssh access denied. The mar folder is the symlink one. Access denied. Here mar sp mar slash dot ssh. We have make dir. Okay. Then what's wrong with the can I create I can't create at all. Why is that? I can't create something. That's if you can't make it, then no luck. Yeah. We can't. But what else we can do? Okay. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Del the test file that we have created, which is annoys me. We can't delete. We can't do anything. Can we see permissions? No. How is that possible? From the actual folder, we can create and delete files, right? We did that. And from the SMB, we can't. That's totally weird. Transfer localhost. Marcus. So my idea was since we have created the Marcus folder and we have created the .ssh, and from the .ssh inside we have created the how it's called again, the authorized keys. If we symlink the folder to home folder to the other to actually home Marcus folder, so we don't need to put something there more. It's already there and it's just symlinked. How Did you enter in SMB client? Missed that part. Here. We just SMB client, localhost into the specific transfer disk folder as user Scott. Okay, yeah. But the idea, the original idea was to symlink an already existing folder with the .ssh and authorized keys, and we just symlink that folder to home folder. But let me clean up a little bit because I think I have messed so much here. Okay, we have only one folder and it's Marcus. Marcus folder has a subdirectory .ssh which has an authorized keys. It's keys or keys? Authorized keys. SSH authorized keys. It's plural, right? Keys. Yeah. Okay. So, and the idea was to symlink this folder so it will include those subfolders and the file. And since we have, let me see, is still there? Wait, still there the public key? Yeah, the public key is still there. So symlink home Marcus with the Marcus folder. So that was the original idea to do. If those two can be sim-linked, we don't have to create any other file or use the SMB client to put something there. Maybe using the... oh, it's the same. Still ask for Marcus password. So the symlink is not working as expected. But this confuses me a little bit. How it takes that? Why it created like this? Okay, let me remove that again. Symlink dot. Can we do that? Okay. Again, it creates the Marcus. And we get permission deny. That's okay. Oh, oh, here it is. Okay, yeah. Now we can access. Yeah. We are this close, buddy. Linux Mobile, we are this close. Now I have access to Marcus directory. But I cannot create something? Make dir.ssh. Yes. No. Yes and no. Um. Yeah. We are this close, buddy. I have access to Marcus directory from the SMB client now because the symlink worked. Okay. We are this close. SSH keys, yeah, and uh, uh put um we cannot touch a file, right? We can. No, there is no touch command, but we can put and put. Okay. Wait. We are this close. Put temp Marcus.pub to authorized keys. Putting file. Yeah. I think we make it. I think we did it. And now if I connect. Yes, guys. Yes, we are Marcus. Nice. Excellent. Yeah. I thought now, since the sim link was correct, at least I hope that it was correct. Let's see from the SMB client if I can access the folder. Yes. We are Marcus. Awesome. So from here, yeah, authorized keys. So that's the idea from the SMB client. But that's the good question now to figure out. Okay. Probably because this is a PTY session. That's why we cannot directly do stuff from there. That's why from the SMB client, where we use the protocol, the SMB protocol for that. But this session, it looks like it's totally different approach actually. More notify. I'm looking for a command to see translate timeout for log off. So it's totally different protocol. So this session from the SMB, it's different from the session from Marcus PTY session here. So that's maybe it's the actually issue that we cannot access here from the session here, from the SSH session, the Marcus home directory. But from here, since those are sim linked, I can enter the folder of Marcus from the SMB, but I couldn't do it from here. So that's why here, where it is, make dir cd to Marcus. Yeah, when I change directory to Marcus, normally I'm inside the home directory of Marcus and I can see all the files here that it has. And then we just create a folder, a .ssh folder. Then we see the folder here. Then we enter to the folder. and we just put the content of the public key into authorized keys, and then with a private key we are actually Marcus. All right. Oh, that was a good one, but unfortunately we are still halfway. Because now we need to find a way how to enumerate. Okay. Don't. I will start already the enumeration script so we don't waste time. To enumerate now Marcus. Bas. Yeah. It's still open, right? Yeah, it's still open. Cool. Let's start enumerating a little bit, Marcus. I don't want to spend to waste time here. Let's start with Marcus. All right. I need a small break. Go to the toilet, so I will leave it open here. I'll just only hide myself for a bit. So I will be right back, so you can see the scan goes. All right, we are back. The scan goes pretty well, but we can we can start review the results from the beginning. Come on. Okay, here we go. Okay, normal stuff first. Cool. Some disk in dev. Okay. Less pipe. Okay, let's see some processes here. Okay. Scott. Okay. No, I'm Marcus, buddy. Linux Mobile, I got Marcus. And Marcus now, and I'm enumerating the as Marcus now. It worked. Do you want me to show you? Let me show you. So while I was in the SMB client, I was able to CD to Marcus the symlink folder, and I could see here the files in the home directory of Marcus. I couldn't see or change directory from the terminal, but from the SMB client, I could just go to the Marcus to the symlink folder, and I could see the files. Then I create a directory, a .ssh, and it's here. Then what I did, yeah, go into change directory to SSH folder, and then I just put the file into authorized keys, and I logged in with an SSH as Marcus. So that was the path. And of course, it was better to do it like this from inside the SMB CLI instead of using the -c command and do it from there. So yeah, we are Marcus right now, and I'm just enumerating as Marcus right now to see how to become root. Yeah, it's so cool. All right. Dangerous service. Free desktop system. Okay. We'll come back to this. Very good information. Okay, no sudo L, so okay. Operators groups, yeah. Where it was, I think I saw it too. Yeah, oh yeah, here it is. Yeah. Marcus, he belongs to operator groups. Alright, that's a good hint. Let's see. I will keep it as a note. Marcus, new enumeration. No, I need to fix that. Logged in. Yeah, that's also their sync file. Use. Is the only user in that group Marcus? We will check it in a bit. I think so it was. I didn't see any other of the users. Wait. Think so. We will come back to this one. That was it. Okay. It was the groups. back. I want to see again a little bit if I miss something. Like Windows do? Looks like a service related group. We will look at it. So that was a bad idea. But in general, those are the directories that the operator groups, and it was a big one. I messed it a lot. It's too much. And I reached, god damn it, I'm squaring. I reached the limit of the, no, I messed it a lot with that. Yeah, group is the flag, yeah. Group. It starts with the process. From here, okay, group operators. Permission deny. Permission deny. Permission deny. Permission denied. Oop. What's that? This is not permission deny. The SMBD service. SMBD service. We need to keep that. We're gonna look at it in a bit. It was the only one in here in this mess which didn't give us permission deny. So that's cool. Permission deny. It's so easy to mess to skip this one. Look, it was only one in all this. Permission deny. Permission deny. Cool, cool, cool. All the those processes. Yeah, there are a lot. I think if you want to make this command to avoid all these permissions, I think there is an AW awake, AWK it was. I mean, I need to another Samba. Please no. We will see. Maybe we will see. We will see. But I'm trying to explain now in order to avoid all these permission denied. I mean, we can pipe this find and exclude those permissions denied, so it will only give us only the groups that it is allowed. But I'm gonna check it in a bit again, just to have a quick look. At least we got a hint. We got this one. But let's see if there's something else, and I don't want to miss it. But all these processes, Ah, okay. Then temp folders, home Scott. Yeah, Tom Scott is not in the operators. Okay, so it was only one. And let me also explain this one. So either is there a way to exclude the permissions denied check somehow from this find command? Oh, come on. Find help to exclude something. Pipe with grep and exclude flag, I think. Yeah. I was looking something like that, but I was looking. I'm gonna grep here the find if there is an exclude function for the find first. But also the grep can do that. So grep and the exclude for grep is, what's the exclude flag for? Okay, let's see. Grep help exclude from. So it is a cheat to grep the grep binary. Recursive, of course. Exclude text or something. Okay, I'm gonna go grep exclude pattern or exclude string. Does v grep does v. So does v. Where is the permissions deny? So in that way, wrong. Not the help. Here. So yeah. So find all the files folders for the group operators, but exclude the permission deny. Now we still get it. Permissions denied. It's not a V. Here it says the V options followed by the string you want to exclude. File name. Yeah, that's different. But this should work somehow. Permission denied. From find command. Let's use it a little bit because I know it's considered a little bit. Yeah, grep string. Yeah, find. Yeah, grep does v. Tell me it's that the single quotes. Now I'm not gonna be crazy. No. Okay. To send it to. Oh yeah, exactly. That was my second thought actually. Or to the dev null, right? So direct it to to the dev null, right? Maybe dev null should work as well. Yeah, dev null also. Yeah. Nice one. You see, exactly. That's what we wanted to do. We send it, we direct it to the dev null, and we grep it and see only the one file that we're supposed to have the exclude permission denied. So from all these files, only this one returns. So awesome. I'm gonna keep that as well. So here how we get this one. Cool. Let's go and see it then. So theoretically, exactly, operators. So in this folder from the SMB service, operators group has access to right here. That's awesome. However, they are services, which means we need to create a config file for a service, for the service. But how? And this means that we need to restart the service. Do we have the permissions for that? How to check if user has permission to restart a service on Linux. With to check if a user has permission to restart a service on Linux, you can use a system control command. Thank you. We know we do that. I mean, how to check it? Of course, you can try to restart the service, and if you can't restart it, you will get an error. But is there any other way to check if we can restart? I mean, something else, a command that give us what the user can do or it can do. But theoretically, yes, you're gonna use the system control restart service and the service name, right? Yeah, that's the cool thing. But create a bash script execute under the bin for each user called user does, for example. Okay. How to allow? Okay. Okay, give me some more. User permissions. System, yeah. Check the results. Oh, thank you so much, AI. Thank you so much, DuckDuckGo AI, to give me how to restart a service. This is not what I asked. How to check if user has permissions to restart a service on Linux. That's totally different, but okay, at least thank you for that. But yeah, it wasn't what I asked for. Restarting a system service only with a specific user. Need to work within the containers of both system and Linux permissions. Restarting a service typically requires elevated privileges, root via sudo. In the search, yeah. Actually, I know, but sometimes when you are tired, when you streaming for 3 hours and 40 minutes, you lose your ability to point out on configurations or stuff. So at least I'm not using the AI to exploit it for me, but I use the AI to give me details for what I ask. So for example, now I ask it to give me how to check if it has permissions, and the answer was try to system restart. Thank you so much, AI, for that. I already knew this way, and if I get an error, I get an error, right? So makes sense. But I mean, is there any other way? How to check the permissions if you can do it? Okay, where is the configuration, or how to check a configuration if that service is allowed to be restarted by operators group? That's another question. So besides the fact that, okay, we need to solve the box, right? That's the main task, let's say, to do it. However, we need to structure our methodology. That's why that's what we're doing here. If I just only wanted to root the box, I would probably gonna use the dirty flag exploit, the kernel exploit, which I'm pretty sure maybe it's gonna work. Just saying, right? I'm just saying right now. But yeah, I want the details. I want to understand why this happens, right? And not only for me, and only for you guys. I'm not doing that only for me. That was the purpose I started doing the streaming, because I want to dive more in than just root the box, to have more details. So okay, so the system. So the system control restart SMB. So if this works, it means that we can restart the SMB and then put a configuration file in the service. And when we restart it, it's gonna, yeah, it's pretty known, let's say, when you have access to write a service configuration file, there is a, how it's called, the command, pre-exec or exec command, something like that, where the service execute what the binary, the tool that needs to be executed, and then we can manipulate that parameter there, the exec one, to do some stuff for us. But let's see. Yeah, we can restart the service. So that's so simple, right? That's so simple. So okay. But there is anything there. So we can just restart the service. That's awesome. But I wanted to see, okay, besides of that, okay, the next logical question is, okay, you can write there. Can you restart the service though? And the first way to test it is, okay, try to restart it before you configure the configuration, right? And it seems Marcus, because it's an operator group can access this one, so it can restart an SMB. So the idea now is to go to that directory and create a mal.conf. That's mal.conf. And if I gonna nano this, it was exec. I think it was exec. Or I'm gonna search it, but the idea is to copy the bin bus to temp temp root bus, and then change the mode permissions to temp root bus, something like that. Do we need to be in codes? It was exec, something like that. I'm gonna Google it a little bit because I'm not certain about it. Exec parameter for config files SMB Linux. The exec parameter file allows you to specify a command to be executed. So it is exec. Give me some more details, please. Exec. It was exec. with a small one. But that's a service. No, SMB Linux service, please. Or maybe it's the same. No, the SMBD, not config. Why you give me that all the time? Exec start. That's the one I wanted. Exec start. That's what I wanted. Not just exec start. Exec start. I think it doesn't need the double quotes. So the idea is the service will execute to copy the bin bus to the temp root bus, and then it's gonna give user and privileges permission to that root bus binary, and then we're gonna have a root shell. So simple. So here is the configuration. If I just again restart the service, the Unity file source configuration, the service change it on disk, run daemon to reload. Oh, we need to reload the daemon again? The daemon? Can we do that? Come on. Can we do that? Yes. So temp, is there any root bus file there? No? No. There is not. So something went wrong with the config file. Okay, we will see. Normal exec start and equal, right? Yeah. And it doesn't need double quotes. Actually, exec start parameter for config file Linux service. So it doesn't matter if it's an SMB service. I think all the configuration are after bind to exec start parameters Linux service configuration file specify the command that the system MD will execute to start the service. Sure. Maybe I need more. Restart service always. Exec start. Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe it needs some other stuff as well. So unit service and then under, okay, something like that. Copy cp bin bus to temp root bus. Yeah, let me save it first, and then maybe the semicolon usually works, but since it's a command, I'm gonna do it like this and do that to combine the two commands. Let's restart the SMB, restart the daemon, and slash temp is not there. No? Why? Um, I'm gonna get root from a Linux service. I remember that it was a thing. Service check start. Restart always. Oh, maybe. Do we need all this? Okay, this is not a hacking tutorial, but I mean, I'm expecting something more hackerist. Service. But that's the idea, right? What I'm doing wrong? Okay, unit description example service. The type is simple. Exec start. If it runs as root, it's gonna execute to copy the bin bus to the temp root bus, and then to give permission. That's the way. Um, Linux, custom Linux service. Yeah, something. Maybe. Maybe something like tutorial, someone has done it as something, as a blog spot or something. No, but at least wait. Let me do system status first. Let me see. Has a bad unit file setting. Okay. Maybe that's not the thing. Either type, only the service. Restart. Ah. File settings. Status.service. Restart. And restart the daemon. But no, not root pass there. Okay. Semicolon should work actually. The bad unit file setting. What's the bad unit file setting? Exec start. It was a unit description. It was a description only. And it doesn't need quotes. So what's the issue here? Exec start. Starting the service. The exec start, right? There is no other. Restart always. Maybe needs something more. Service exec start. It's that simple. Supposed to be that simple. Yeah, what is so wrong about this? Copy the bin bus to the temp root bus. And then change mode. U plus S. Maybe the plus. What was the change mode with the actual change mode? U plus S. It's 040 something. Cmode csit. Cmode meaning. What is the permissions for that? Don't remember everything. US. For 755. I think it was that. Yeah, I think it was that. Maybe the percent does something. You see the percent, the plus button. Sorry. Restart service. Still failed to restart. What's the bad unit setting? Okay, let's move it. This one to mal.conf backup. So okay, now there is no actual configuration. I think I broke the service. I think I broke the service. Status. Okay. Now it's cool. With no errors. And all green. Right? Restart. Okay, now it works. And restart daemon. It works. Okay. At least we didn't break it. So, none of the malf configuration. But it's so... Why? I think it's the only thing we need. Or restart always. I mean, does it need more things to add? Exec start. Or first daemon. Oh no. First start the service. Reload it and test. Maybe first the daemon and then start. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Stop. Reload and start. I'm gonna do it like this. Change mode. So, move it back to the actual config. Okay, cool. So, first, stop the service. Now, system reload the daemon. And now, start the service. Shoot. Status. Yeah, broken. This is supposed to be simple. Just exec start. I'm gonna put it some quotes here just to make sure that it doesn't break the... But I don't think that's an issue. Restart. Status. The unit file source of dropping change on disk. Yeah, that's cool, but bad setting. Reason unit SMB service has a bad unit file setting. What that means? You need to remove the spaces around. What? There is no space around. Yeah. There is no space around. Ah, here is the space. Okay. I think I got it. Those, what? Oh, root. Reload again. Full and daemon. And status. Now it's active and running. Give me the root cell. There is no root cell. Check start. Pin bus. Copy the pin bus to temp root bus and then give it permissions to temp root bus. Why? Error means validate with this one, but we cannot run sudo. Open the unit file, sudo edit. If package unit sudo c source and droppings or edit overrides. is how it goes, right? SM. Okay, wait. Config. Yeah. I know. Config files. They used to store drop-in configuration files for the SMBD service. Wait. Create a custom configuration file in directory to adjust parameters like shows limit environments variables. Yeah. Nano config environment service sudo daemon. First the sudo daemon and then the restart. Okay. Maybe I need to specify that back again. SMBD, not SMB. Shit. Not SMB, SMBD. SMBD status. The daemon we need to restart, not the actual SMB. But first it's reload, right? Let me check again. I will put the service at the top maybe for any case. So first restart the daemon and then status restart, sorry. And daemon and restart again. Status. Bad setting. Why? What I'm doing wrong here? Okay. All right. In the moment of truth. No. It's not exec start. Maybe it's exec start. What it is? Yeah, navigate the directory, create a configuration. Start the daemon and restart the SMB. Exec before starting the service. Exec start pre. No pre. Exam start Commands to run before starting the service. So there is exec start after. More parameters, please. More configuration parameters. More configuration parameters. Exec. Exec start pre, exec start post, exec reload, exec stop, restart. Run after the main process start. Okay, maybe this one. Exec start, replace the main service binary, must repeat original. Okay, maybe post. Maybe that's the issue. Okay, so start the daemon, restart the SMBD, and status. Cool. And there is no witness. That's weird. Anyone in the chat who would like to give me a reason what I'm doing wrong? That's the idea, right? I don't want to close the stream without root. We are this close. This close we are. Let's start post. Okay, sorry about this. Distracting. I got distracted a little bit from my phone. I have something Okay. Maybe exec reload, or should I separate exec start pre to copy the folder, exec start to give permissions? Exec start post. Not that be that challenge, this one. We did it worst to get here. And I am stuck on this one, which supposed to be that simple. I mean, since we found that the operators group has access to write files in the smbd config folder, and then to restart the service. Okay, let me just, okay, I'm gonna just do to copy without combination, to just to copy. Okay, if this runs, then I will status. No, doesn't copy at all. So there is the issue is it's not the semicolon. Copy cp finbus to temp root bus. Exec start. Maybe the name. Don't think so. Okay, let me check something else. Let's check another service. Yeah, that's pretty cool that the operators can access to this service. I can read, right? I can read the configuration of other services probably. Cut the smb dot service. Exec start. Exec condition. Exec reload. I think I got it. But maybe it wants the full path of change path of copy user bin. Oops. cd smb. Yeah. Now the service. Maybe user bin cp, and then change mode. Change mode has also its other user bin. Change mode. You wait. Where is? It was there, but anyways. Temp root bus bin bus temp root bus, and which change mode, it's under user bin. Okay, maybe I'm gonna do it just to make sure. Maybe needs the full paths of the binaries. User bin. I don't think so. It's supposed to be in the path, but root bus. Okay, let's try again. Reload the daemon. Reload the status is okay. Still not root bus here. It's weird. That's really weird. That's kinda weird. Okay, the part was difficult. It's to figure out difficult. So with a single ID, you can see that Marcus belongs to a different group. And then with a find command that we crafted here specifically, you can find what the group operators has access to, right? And we directed to the dev null, so the grep gonna exclude all the permissions denied that we don't have access. And the result, it was one folder only. This one, the SMBD service, which has permissions, operators, and Marcus belongs to that group, and he can create files under the SMBD service. So the configuration just only does an exec start, which is supposed to copy the bin bus to the temp root bus, and then to give permissions, special permissions to the temp root bus. And for some reason, this is not working. Which is crazy. All right. What am I missing here? The naming. I saw something like this. So, reload the demon. Restart service. Doesn't execute it. Okay, the others, but the thing is, doesn't execute. So should copy it, right? I tried it also to just copy it instead of. Yeah, the other way around is to grab a reversal. Something like this. And put it there and start the listener. Comment down this one. Exec start equals to this one. Cool. Yeah. Oh wait. I had the already one. Penelope. So restart demon. Restart SMB. And there is no execution. We know that. We couldn't even copy the file. What I am missing here? Come on, I don't want to end the stream like this. Come on. This close. This close. I am. This close. It's the same to close the stream right now. And it's already past the time. User root. Maybe it needs more config inside. I mean, Why? Supposed not to be that easy, probably, but don't believe it. Yeah, we have restarted so many times the SMB. Yeah, so we don't need an actual reversal. We just need to understand why this is not working. Every time I put the service here, it gives me an error. Okay, don't save it. Wait. Service. And then just want so many configurations here and environment. Don't need all those, only one, the exec start. Override, just a name. Environment. My environment value. We don't specify any custom setting like that. After saving the change, reload the system configuration to apply the new setting. Yeah, and then restart the service. That's the main idea. Specific design for storing drop-in configuration files related to SMB service. This allows users to customize the behavior of the SMB daemon without alerting the main service file directly. Okay. Override defaults. Change. Add new configuration or settings that enhance the service capabilities. Okay. What was the other one? Post. We can start the actual exec. We're gonna start the post one. Start post. The bad unit setting. So every time I put the service at the top, gives me this one. Start daemon, restart SMBD, and I didn't start the listener. But at least not even the first exec does something. Okay, it's so pity, guys, to be this close to root a server and finish this freaking lab. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. So close to become root. And yeah, I think it's past the time. It's already past the time. But yeah, probably we're gonna finish it next time. Unfortunately, tomorrow there is no live stream, but it's gonna be on Thursday. Yeah, I tried so hard to make it work. Yeah. So close and yet so far. Alright. Yeah, I'm afraid I have to end the stream now. It was fun, at least, specifically this part with the SMB. This part was awesome. After we enumerate the configuration files and we understand that there is a misconfiguration there which allows to sim link folders outside of the shares folders. We were able to sim link a custom folder to Marcus folder, and then from the SMB service with the SMB client, we can read the directory of Marcus and read and write to that directory. So we just create an SSH file folder. We create a custom private and public key, and we just put the public key to authorized keys inside the SSH folder we just create, and then we just simply connect with a private key and became Marcus. Let me also remind you the escalation so far. So we started with nobody, then we become Scott, now we are Marcus, and from Marcus we need to go to root. So the path is a long one and it's a multi-step path, so we have to escalate all the time the privileges. So we start as nothing, then we get a initial foothold as a nobody, then nobody could read a configuration file for the air clone, which had a hard-coded password with decrypted password with a function of air clone. I think it's the same function for that, to obscure something like that. and then that password was the correct password to connect as Scott, and then Scott has had the ability to write folders on the shares. And there is also this misconfiguration for the SMB, which make us write to put the into authorized keys to put the public SSH key, and then just connect as Marcus. And then Marcus has Marcus is in a group of the operators, and again, using this cool command here, we were able to figure out which folders has access as operators group, and we figure out that this is the service, the SMBD service, and also Marcus can also restart the service. So that's also the interesting thing. We just figure out by testing the command restart. So that's the thing. Maybe this is the problem here. Maybe it's not enough. I think, yeah, maybe it's not enough. Yeah, I'm stuck here. Let me show you Linux Mobile. Yeah, I just create this file, this configuration file with just a simple exec start to copy the bin bus from the actually bus to make it root and give permissions. I restart the service, restart the daemon, and unfortunately it doesn't work, which is a little bit annoying. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. So the idea is that, so there is no copy there. I also try to make a reversal. So yeah, again, supposed to be not simple, straightforward, I would say, because we have permissions to write. We can create a custom config file under this. The daemon reads only the config file, or it's executing the config files. The daemon, well, yeah, the daemon checks for changes. If there is a configuration in the SMBD service folder, which what I have created, to exec start to do that command, and of course I add a secondary to see if we can get a reversal. Maybe something was wrong there. Just specify also user root. Just, at the beginning I start with this one line. So yeah. Probably after we restart the service, whatever is here in the folder is supposed to be executed, right? And according to the custom configurations, override default settings, you can change specific parameters, extend functionality, add new configuration or settings that enhance the service, maintain upgradability. So it's supposed to at least to execute something. So that's the main idea. We want to execute something with this service. And it's supposed to be executed as root. That's the main key. The main reason. But it doesn't execute at all. That's the thing. That's the problem. It doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't work. The exec start command doesn't do what it's supposed to do. At first I thought maybe the semicolon causing a problem. I changed it to 2%, or I just delete everything after the copy. The copy command to be bus to just to copy the bus to temp root bus, and then I'm gonna edit again to change the permissions. But even though I tried to this one, doesn't even copy. The exec start doesn't start. So that's the annoying part. We restart the daemon, we restart the SMBD service, but there is no execution to this one. Yeah. Any ideas, Linux Mobile? I can't find anything now. Something. So that's the struggle here. But it's already past time, so I'm afraid the exec.config, the name of the file you mean? Yeah, before I just name it, I think it doesn't matter the name. What is that symbol? give me the idea. Wow, okay. Like creating a file with a touch or something. Okay. I did that, but not exactly like this. I did it differently. I just tried only to copy. So let me disable this and also disable this. This I don't think that it's needed, but anyways. So exec start, and then yeah, I just try to copy the bin bus. Okay, sorry. The bin bus to temp as root bus. So I just did that, right? Just a simple copy. But okay, I'm gonna go with what you say. I'm gonna do touch a file into the temp folder, and the it's gonna be Nick, my name. Why not, right? We want to touch a simple Nick file. Restart the daemon. Restart the service. And supposed to be in the temp folder, which is not. Doesn't execute at all. That's the thing. Not even as root, not even as Marcus, for example. If it was executed as Marcus, I would be okay. I say, okay, maybe it's not the right path for that. But just a simple touch file, again, doesn't work. Sudo tell me now that this is gonna drive me crazy. So sudo restart the daemon. Really? It asks for my password, but we don't know the password of Marcus. We don't know the password of Marcus. Unfortunately, we don't have. And I think sudo L. Yeah, there is no permissions on sudo on Marcus. Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to brainstorm and try and error. That's normal. That's acceptable, right? This is not acceptable, and I don't. If the config isn't writing the file, then no exec. I think the config isn't writing the file, then no exec. Yeah, but then there is no other way to. The exec start doesn't work. And there is no other thing that we can use about it. We can use only these parameters. Restart, exec condition path exists, type, restart, restart sec. So we have only that also exec start pre. There is also exec start post, exec start pre, exec start as a normal, system call filter. Kill mode, okay. Exec condition, exec stop, command to run to stop the service. Run before kill. Command to reload the configuration without restarting. Run after the main process start. Yeah, this one is also cool. Exec start post, but also. Alright, okay. I'm not gonna stay and struggle that much here. I'm gonna have a break. I'm gonna clear my mind. I'm going to sleep and I wake up the next day. Not actually the next day. I will wake up again on Thursday and I will sit here with you guys and we're gonna solve it together. We're gonna see why this is not yeah, why is this not working? But cool. So at least let me keep some notes what we have done so here, so we can become again Marcus easily. I got a hit. I think you cannot reload the demon without permission. Okay, but it looks like we can. When we restart the demon, we get no errors. So I am hoping this is working. System control has a verbose mode to show us something. List sockets. So reload, kill, clean, freeze. Log level. Type, property name. Recursive. I think no. How could we allow non-root users to control the system service? Yeah, normally, thank you for mentioning it. That's why I set up the bot for the chat, so to not allow people to post links. It is okay for now, guys. Don't worry. I will allow it for now, but normally it's something that I don't want to have in the chat. So that's why I set up the bot to avoid such things. To the sudoers. No, that's another thing. Wait, can we see? Where the sudoers file? The sudoers. Yeah, we can see that. Yeah, Marcus can't do anything. That's the thing. The only misconfiguration for Marcus is to be the same group, the operators, and the operators can edit files for the SMB service configuration files, and that was the main idea, to create a malicious configuration to execute something. For example, just to copy the bin bus and make it root bus. So yeah, that's the thing. All right, okay. Yeah, unfortunately, guys, I had high hopes to finish the box today. It seems like that we're gonna spend another day for that, but thankfully we have escalated 2 users, and that's really good, actually, if you're asking me. From nobody to Scott, and from Scott to Marcus, which was amazing, especially the escalation for Scott to Marcus. I really enjoyed that because it was straightforward, and we analyzed the configuration and figure out together why this configuration is vulnerable or misconfigured. So yeah. Thank you so much, Linux Mobile, for being here. First of all, you guys, the rest of you guys, too. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all the follows. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for supporting this initiative. And as always, I would like to plug you the site. You can visit the site pentester.tv. There is a small challenge for you there. You can find it, a capture the flag challenge, where you can play around a little bit with a terminal here and grab and yeah, and find the flag. And you can also submit it a little bit, so it will show next time that you visit the page. It will show that you have finished the challenge. You can also reset the challenge to do it again, but yeah, feel free to visit the page. Also, I would like to mention that there is also an NX account for Pentester TV. There is also a Discord server for that, and there is also in LinkedIn a specific page for that if you like to follow the page as well, um, in LinkedIn. So please feel free to find me in LinkedIn. It's Nikolaus with a 4. Or I think you can find me in the page here. But yeah, feel free to do that as well. Alright. That was it for today. And as always, stay healthy, stay sharp, and I will see you in the next one. See you guys.